I entered the wrong save. Yeah. So we need this one. Okay, guys. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Greg Tech New Horizons, episode 43, 44. I forgot what episode that is. Sorry. Let me just quickly check this thing. Episode 43 now, yes, and we're live. Let me quickly rename the episode. So, I don't think I'm going to be streaming for long, but it's still going to be an episode. Last time we finished moving. Yeah, Larvy's already here. Hi, Larvy. Thank you for your kind words, and I hope that it'll come in handy, because I don't know what to do yet. There are lots of projects, and first of all is probably the cleaning of this mess that was started yesterday. Let me get my sponge first. Maybe I'll do some batch crafting today. Maybe I'll get a second crop manager. Not sure yet. We do need a second crop manager. That's probably a I don't know, probably a 9-1. I was saved. I jumped onto the spikes and I thought I was dead, but wow. So apparently... What is this anyway? Strange. I started working on my basement mob farm. Why is it a basement one? What's wrong with the non-basement one? Oh, right. Okay. That makes sense. So it doesn't have anything special, right? Just that it's in the basement. Skeleton druids, witches, and blazes. By a decent spike, you mean the diamond one with some enchantments? Yeah, that's decent for sure. I have been dreaming about that one for many episodes. Yeah, wow. I guess you're rich now. We're soon gonna be. So I need 4 sources of water. And somebody destroyed all my signs. It's not a good sign. thought signs were unbreakable. The fact that they are breakable is actually very disappointing. Okay, the farm is back to normal. Keep collecting that copper dust. Hope it doesn't get destroyed right away after I fixed it. What can I get from the dark ashes? Carbon dust. Sort of useless, I think. Let's tidy up this place a bit. We can try to gather that salt root right here. Or maybe we shouldn't. should try. Oh, we got the seed. That's great. So where do we plant it? I guess it can go here now. And this little tank right here can be used as an experience tank now. Yesterday I read some kind of thing that wait, what is this? Dark oak? Nope. So I read that you can get aluminum through dirt. Is this even possible? Like there's some kind of coarse dirt type of thing. Coarse dirt. No. Ah, right. You can centrifuge dirt to get a tiny pile of clay dust and some sand, chance 50%. And then from this clay dust, you can get lithium. Actually, this is our lithium thing, but it's MV. So lithium is sort of free, but the problem isn't lithium. Again, why would you ever consider getting aluminum through clay if you can just get aluminum through aluminum by having crop managers constantly prowling your fields? It's a lot easier, no? So where do I move my... Actually, I want to destroy that first. Where do I want to move my tank? The small one. Where would it fit? What can I do with it? Okay, first of all, I want to test some things with it. No, almost fell to my death. I think it needs to be embedded in into the floor instead of being a thing that's above the floor. That way I can just stand on the floor and sort of move all the experience from my body into the tank without having to manually climb the stairs or anything to get to the top of it. I can even probably build it somewhere here to just stand and get... Huh. I have an interesting idea. I don't know how that's gonna work out. Let's let the tank be here for now. Actually, that was incorrect. The way I built it. Something wrong. There's something wrong. I misplaced something. But what? Doesn't matter. I do have some spare walls. Just one, actually. I think I lost one somewhere. Here? No? It's formed now, so all I do is place the drain in here. So the most important thing that I want to test if this manual loading of buckets is gonna work. Apparently it's not working. That's really bad. So what can I do to make it work? I think there is a solution for that. All I need is a pipe coming from the bottom. Into the fluid tank, GT fluid tank. I need a speedy pipe. Well, we'll start with this one. 2 buckets per second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, steel is enough. Let's get it 10 buckets per second. Is it connected? No, it is. All right. So now that this is here, I can also place that thing somewhere close. And I also want to encase that. Maybe I shouldn't do it. I don't like that they're being thrown around. These buckets. We have a door. There's a little room for this thing. It should be closer. So I can stand here. Yeah. Good. All we need is more buckets. To make this faster. The room is not perfect, but it's better than what we had before. Couple of stacks of iron. It's always good. Actually, I'm not sure that the second stage can crossbreed. Wonder if that's a thing. I'm gonna go and invest all the iron I've just had into buckets. I feel I need to have at least a few stacks of buckets, and I need to improve the room. It's not perfect. I need more steel pipes to make it work. The amount of mouse movement needs to be minimum between the work table and the ultra low voltage fluid tank. This will speed up the process immensely. I can't cover it, because then I'm not going to be able to have access to this tank. I should probably make it higher. Yeah, just make it higher and it'll work. I need one more steel pipe, so... Six steel plates. This is what we need. So this way the buckets won't ever go anywhere. They'll go right where I want them. What the hell's that? Purple glow shroom. Do I need that? Is this for the glowstone? Yep. It's pretty cheap actually. I'll have it grow. We've got this the third salt root sprung up. It's actually good for us. Oh yeah, I forgot that I needed to spin my redstone for future EBF coils. Totally forgot. Should have been doing that. It's a very time-consuming process. Still no sticky reed. Alright, we've got 3 stacks of buckets, which is actually 48 buckets. This is what we can do now. Nice, super fast. it would be cool if I could place... If I could place a chest close to a work table so that it would use its inventory as well. Is that a thing? I know that for crafting stations that's a thing. Well, not really. Maybe above? No. We should get another crop manager. This is the right course of action. Nothing is righter than that. Flowering vines. Detergent powder. Yeah, that's important, but like in a very far away tier. Wouldn't be bad to have a seed bag of that, I guess. So for one crop manager we need 4 electronic circuits. Considering that we've got most of the machines, we can probably make it faster and more efficient now. Find glue. Oh. What's the recipe now? Circuit boards. Vacuum tubes. Molten redstone. Flute extractor. We have that. So molten redstone is not a problem now. Red alloy is even better. Well, technically it's the same thing. No, it's not. So this is the recipe. Cool. Should probably get more glass tubes. Yeah, the thing definitely became easier. We have now all we need is about, I don't know, about 16 copper ingots just to get the 4 electronic circuits. Before that we would need to spend about 50 plus. No, we have a problem with our base. We have to run around a lot to get everything done. We would probably have to move all the work tables to a different section, to a different place. I'm just gonna do it right now. Or right in front of the LV machines. Is where they should be. And a bunch of chests that have all the necessary things in them. Oh. Shoot. Actually, I'm starting to dislike the chests. I think barrels are a lot better, especially their respective upgrades. Maybe I should think about that. Barrels are compact, they open everywhere. Let's see how much the iron one fits. The iron barrel. Well, it is as big as a chest, as a double chest. Okay. Can they hold their contents if I put something in there? No. Lime bulb. Okay, we did get some tubes. Now it's time to get some copper wire. This is why we moved all our... Oh, actually, I also wanted to move a smeltery setup. Some people say that batch crafting is bad because you can overdo stuff, thus waste time. It was actually a very interesting idea on Reddit that one guy said that it only makes sense to batch craft anything if you're at the beginning of the next tier, because if you're closer to the middle or the end of the tier, you open up better options for circuit crafts, and which means you can do it a lot easier if you just be more patient. There is no need to craft 1,000 of LV circuits of the LV tier if you can get the next ones easier. The integrated logic circuits, for example, through a basic circuit assembler, because these are a lot cheaper if you think about it. That's not salty root. That is black stone lily. It's something important, I think. Black stone lily. Black granite. That's uranium, right? Actually, it's fluorine and silicon. Magnesium. Good stuff. But it only opens up at MV. We'll allow it to grow. Hemp. Oh, actually, I know that hemp is super useful. Because you can breed lots of other different things using hemp. We should have batch crafted like a stack of these circuits. I don't know why I didn't do it. I think I could. Because we'll have to come back to this craft again. It's something I don't want to do. I get another salt root from two reeds growing together. Hi. Oh, my day's been fine, I guess. I'm playing on PC. Yes. Minecraft. Yeah, and Minecraft. I'm so disappointed that I didn't batchcraft this the circuits. It's not gonna be enough for the whole setup of another. Oh, thank you for assessing how my stream runs. Who are you guys? Are you real or is that a simulation? I'm almost from Brooklyn. I'm from Harlem. It's a half-an-hour bus ride, right? If you guys are real, then I'm from Harlem. And I'm friends with Jay-Z. But that's another story. Oh, the Harlem Shake, yeah. I totally forgot about that. What was like 10 years ago? 15 years ago? Well, you started it with the Harlem Shake. Well, thank you for letting me know that you dropped a follow. But don't you ever expect anything in return, because somebody wise told me that F for F is a bad thing for organic growth of your channel. That's why I will never follow anyone for following me. I mean, if somebody, like, think about it physically. If somebody follows you while you're going forward, by following them back, you don't go forward, right? You kind of stop and go the opposite direction. Think about it, guys. It's really simple. Nobody ever thought about it this way until I popped out. Alright, stop it with the procrastination. I have to continue constructing my second crop manager. Let's focus on electric motors now. We're gonna need six of those. 6 electric motors. Yeah, I know. I've fought many of them. It's Molly Austin. Oh, why are you here for? What are you here for? Do you know what I'm playing? But the larvae will never reveal the secret why he's not banned yet. If he's trying to sell graphics to me, graphic designs, and then his ideas are always bad, why is he not banned? What's the secret? It's not just Minecraft, it's the pinnacle, the apex, the apotheosis, if there's a word like that, of Minecraft. It's because I'm cute. I don't know, I've never seen you. You're here for some reason to sell me graphics? Well, the only graphic that I'm buying is probably the graphics card. Like 5080 or 5090. With a good PSU. For free. Preferably. You are the single player button? Huh. What do I see when I load a single player button? I see a loading screen. I see a bar. Loading 3 dots, that's what I see. And then I see my world. None of that includes larvae anywhere. Well, in about 5 seconds after I load up my world, there's use sometimes. Perhaps you get a notification or something. I don't quite understand how you can be that fast. A professional stream sniper. Cool. For some reason I feel like I won't have any work done today. Any important work. I don't know why. I feel like I'm running around again. I know what I need to do. But I kind of like the motivation to do that. I envy some people that can just stay focused, locked in on something. If I stay really focused, if I get really focused, I stop saying things at all, which is probably bad for streaming. Well, but I'm not going anywhere with my stream anyway. What am I, an Asmongold or something? No. Well, actually, it's an interesting thing about him. When I first started noticing the guy, I wasn't really into this whole Twitch thing scene anyway. I kind of knew there was a guy that played a lot of WoW back in the day. He was like a pro in there. And whenever I would watch him, he would just play the game, and that was him. That's what it did. But then all of a sudden, he shifted into politics like like crazy. Like nothing else interests him. He doesn't play any more games as far as I know, right? No? Does he play any games? Because whenever I see his clips from Twitch or anything, it's always about politics. It's like the dude's got an opinion about everything. Like, I don't think a human being can be that diversified. Like, yeah, it's an easy bait, but at the same time, how can you be so sure that what you say is actually even valuable as an opinion? Because however smart you are, you're bound to find topics that are hard for you to understand, even within the politics. And the dude goes like he knows everything. And there are people that actually support him that are gonna support everything he says, and that's crazy. For example, if I were that into politics, I would allow myself to be wrong sometimes, and I wouldn't be that bold saying all the things that he says. I don't know. No, what's more interesting for me is how the little people are getting more and more interested in politics if it's not touching them anyhow, if it's not affecting them. They think that their speculations about things that happen in the world actually affect them. No. You have to be dumb to believe that your thoughts matter, you know? Even if you say them out loud somewhere. They're celestial cosmic powers that rule the world, and you're the dude that scratches your ass, your own ass. You can't compete with that, with the cosmic powers, you know. There's a chance that a lot of those people become a vocal majority of something, and then something happens, but so I don't get the people that watch him, and I don't get him, what he does. He's got the platform. He tries to stir up something, rock the boat maybe. But who's he rocking? Dudes from Twitch, the Omega people, the what are so-called simps and stuff. What are those gonna do? Squeak on their couch and let out a loud fart? Is that what this is about? I think Larvy, you said the politics is an easy bait. I think I was just baited right now. I just got baited into saying a few things, which also drove me to politics, I guess. Yeah, right. Even though I tried to stay away from that, I still expressed my opinion, which is about politics, which is also, I think, is politics. Even though it's a faraway thing, and I never discussed any of the things in particular. Just my opinion about all the things in general. You know how to manipulate things. I gotta tell you that. I'm gonna give it to you, but it's fine. I would do anything not to get another crop manager. I would even discuss politics without understanding a single bit about them. Actually, to me, as I understand, politics is just another way of dividing people. Well, everybody knew that, but in a way that you can just throw a topic into the conversation, and every person automatically wants, well, probably almost every person automatically wants to belong to a certain side on that field of play, you know. And when it's not the side that everybody chooses, they begin to feel somewhat warrior-like about it. Like, okay, you're blue, I'm red, I'm yellow, I'm white. Like, you know, like the political colors and stuff. And it's like I guess it's in human nature to want the that kind of contradiction, to want that kind of face off with other sides of the spectrum, because being the same is boring. Agreeing to everything around you is boring, especially when you're bitter about something. You go out on the internet, you want to fight with people, because that gets that isn't punished. I come from Dota scene, which is like a MOBA game, like League of Legends, but the other one, the more toxic one. You can imagine how much shit I've witnessed and heard there while I was playing for many thousands of hours. Out of nowhere, people would trash somebody for their nationalities and stuff, straight up racist stuff. You wouldn't even know where it comes from. And I guess people just want to be different, you know? Some kind of tribal thing. Politics is just the same, but wrapped in a more... I guess you did, yeah. It's probably even more than I've seen in my corners. In my pits. I don't know about now, but I think many years ago, Twitch used to be a lot freer in regards to the freedom of speech, and people could probably say very heinous stuff without being punished. It's the same thing now. I don't know how you can get away with that, because these days we've got AI, we've got speech recognition stuff, and once you say certain names, I guess certain mods or admins automatically pop into your channel and just watch what you say. If there's Bezos don't care, right? Doesn't care. Right, now we've got a lot of cells. It's good. Actually, also, it's a bit of a diversion, but I also really... I don't understand how girls stream on Twitch. Girls, women, ladies, whatever. Just the fact that, speaking from the nature standpoint, they tend to attract attention because they are, you know? And whenever you see a girl on Twitch, you just want to say hi to her, and there are so many cases when those girls say that some guys just watch them and get really creepy about them, like would constantly stalk them, and I don't know, would do some advances on them and stuff. So how do you know as a girl streamer that people watch you for your content rather than for who you are as a human being, as a gender, you know? Because I know for sure, if people watch me, it's not because I'm a boy. No. Nobody watches a boy because he's a boy, right? Nobody watches a dude because he's a dude. There's got to be something else. But when you're a girl, you kind of get this thing around you when you don't know why people watch you. Is it because of the cleavage or because of something else that attracts to people? Respectfully, you don't know that. I might speculate. I think what I say, you can kind of fight that and say that I'm wrong just because I'm not in their skin. But there are things that I notice. It's just that the certain streamers themselves kind of said those things, and I'm just not like quoting them, but saying what they said. It is hard to go beyond the usual perception of what they are to be noticed. Just the other day, I started watching some YouTuber. She's a girl, like the same age as I am, probably about 20 something. And I did not watch her started watching her because she was playing certain games that I liked. No, she was playing horror games, and I absolutely hate horror games. Her stream was not the stream. Her let's plays were awful. The sound was really bad. I would even dare to say that she wasn't really attractive. And she didn't have a lot of subscribers and stuff. It's less than 100, I think. But there was something about her that made me watch her, and I think that's just because she is a she, you know? And that's it. I might be super biased about things, but there's like this factor that, wow, look, it's a girl, she's streaming, she's like playing the games, she's like, because usually you expect dudes to do that, right? You expect the nasty smelling dudes to be playing games that are getting overly smart about everything, and you're like, I'm so tired of them, I want something fresh. And then you see them and you're like, oh my god, the deity descended from above, right? That kind of situation. It's like somewhere deep down in me. I'm not saying us. Yeah, I'm not saying I'm not a primitive being. I'm a monkey. And I'm proud of that. But you see, I'm a monkey with a little bit of a twist of intelligence, and I'm trying to trying to analyze my monkiness. Trying to find words for it and understand it. Why I'm that way. Why the world is this way. Do you think I'm heading in the right direction? Probabandi. Where do you think I'm heading? I'm having 4 viewers and I don't understand where you're gooning with this. Well, I don't understand either. I'm just saying some things. But out of all the 4 viewers that I've got, you're the one canceling me already. And I just want to say thank you for that. No, they have a right to. They have a right to cancel me because I say that girls are treated differently on Twitch. This exact person might be a girl, and they get offended because of that, because they think that it's not equal. I wouldn't say that girls being treated different on Twitch is actually worse than what we are treated like. It's just different. I'm just saying how they keep streaming when they know that it's not about their streams. But maybe if you look beyond that, if you're able to do that, once you have your post not clarity or whatever, maybe you can see something. It's hard. Well, after some situation, it's not really hard. But once it's hard, when it's hard, you cannot really think straight. You will see. I mean, it's really convoluted actually. But I'm glad that they stream. I'm glad that they have their YouTube channels. I think it's good. Some of them are actually funny. Yeah, I wanted to get copper. It took me half an hour to remember that. I'm an idiot. Larvy, have you ever met, seen, or communicated with a female GTNH player? I think my world would have collapsed if I've seen one. I know there's a streamer, something like Cat's Cozy Gaming or something, and there are 2 dudes playing. I mean, not dudes. One is a dude and the other is a dudess, she's a girl, yeah, and they both play. Yeah, Cats. I think she plays GTNH. She does it pretty well. I think she's played the game, like the whole game, from start to finish with her boyfriend or whatever. Why do I need them? You mean these things? Well, I've got them. Look. Yeah, the brain rot and 6-7. I got everything. Look. But 7 TV. I don't have 7 TVs. Usually one is enough. I think you would like seeing the minion. What minion? This one? I heard that minions are yellow. Or maybe that one. You need 7 TV. I wish I knew what you're talking about. Can you imagine that there are people on this earth that you say 7 TV to and they don't know what the hell you're talking about? Have you ever imagined that? I'm one of them. Sorry if I come off as rude, but there's things that people don't know which you know, and you have to explain what that is. Because of course I'm smart enough to go and Google 7TV and it will probably bring up the results, but no. Nobody's gonna watch me because I have more emotes, right? It's not because of that. That's not why people watch people. I mean, so if I do them, you will be able to use them, right? In my Twitch chat. You've been watching my stream for a week? Because of the mod? Do you like this mod? You want to chat? But, and my chat sucks, right? Well, you know, since I'm sitting here and I'm chatting with people through special mod within the game that cannot display the emotes you're sending me, then for me it doesn't have any sense to add them. For you maybe, but that's not. Yeah, there's no way to do that. Who we? Jeff Bezos and you? Who did that? Who watched into it? Who looked into it? Respectfully. I don't know why, but Jeff Bezos, name of this guy, it just drives me crazy. Oh, you and Quorum's okay. You're friends, right? The dude straight up is straight up communicating with us through letters. Pradabandi, I don't understand a single thing you're saying. Like W, lil, just the lick 7TV. Speaking in code here. I need some time to adjust to a Twitch, to the Twitch lingo. You don't text people. I have nobody to text people. I have nobody to text. No, I never text people. And people I text, I text in a different language. So, to me, it's a bit different. Yeah, I understand. You probably have freaks in your language that are against shortening of words and that are against any kind of chatty slang that people use, like LOL and ruffles and what else? Like LMAO and stuff like that, which is just the abbreviations. I hate when people say like U2 and they type it like U and they add like a digit 2. I hate that. I think it's like it's already super obsolete. And what do you text like? You just shorten the words. Like NGL, not gonna lie. IG, I guess. IDGF. IDGAF, I don't give a father and stuff like that, right? I guess that's what the modern, but it's not that different from the U2 kind of thing. Every word, yeah. Yeah, mother, father, yeah. Mother, brother, right? All that slang. This one I don't know. I feel you, maybe. No? Yeah. I want to get the brass. The Certus quartz is here. can get the sensor now. Where are you from, Protobandy? We're all here are men of different cultures. Sort of Cali. Like California, right? And I'm from Harlem. I think I already told you that, right? I told somebody today that I'm from Harlem. I think it was a dude that tried to sell me something. One of the Twitch bots, or not bots. He said that he's from Brooklyn, and I said that I'm from Harlem. I just said like a thing that associated with Brooklyn. It was Harlem. There's also like State Island, I think, something like that. No, just it's somewhere in my mind, and I don't know if that's true. If there's a thing like State Island. Rhode Island, maybe. I'm glad I didn't say that I'm from the Statue of Liberty. That would have been, or I'm from the Times Square. I'm from the Central Park. From a hot dog stand next to it. So how is it in California? Do you like it there? I'm asking you, like you moved there like 3 days ago, and actually, you could have lived there your whole life, and I just don't know that. I've never been to California. I heard it's good. It's chill. Okay. Yeah, sure. Shoot. I'm not really hiding where I'm from. I'm just joking about where I'm not from. I guess it's pretty evident and obvious if you really think about it, if you're at least a little bit familiar with the close, but not really. No. I'm close to that somehow. I have roots from that country, I think. If you go back many generations, but no, I'm not from Poland. But you're close to that. I wouldn't say you're close geographically, really, but almost there. Dig a little deeper into the vaster land. Yeah. You can spell and you can smell that as well. It's in the air. That the name of that country. A lot depends nowadays on that country, and on your country as well, and on many other countries too. Yep, you guessed it correctly after like 4 attempts, I think 3 attempts. But I liked how you pinpointed the exact direction where you had to head. You didn't shoot something like in Australia or like others people said. Like some guy just, are you from are you like an Aussie? I'm like, do you look like an Australian guy? No, in no way. But Poland is actually, it's super smart. It means that I fall into the category of that kind of people. So I had my assumptions about that I have something in there, and that kind of proves my point. Yeah, I'm for real. Yes, I'm from Russia. I am born Russian, live in Russia, stream from Russia, and I don't speak Russian because I speak English now. But I can switch between the two easily because my native language is Russian, but I will leave it to the Russian people, okay? Because it doesn't make any sense to speak that here. That would be cool and cute for some people, but to me, it doesn't make sense. I would rather try to speak poorly like that. I just sort of have this idea of slowly integrating into a different culture by trying to assimilate how they speak and who they are, and by doing things that are natural for them, like streaming on Twitch. It's hard, and I'm not really successful at that, but I guess if you try hard enough, something can happen. Who knows? It's a slow process, and over time, maybe I'll get closer to becoming a professional spy, right? So next time somebody's gonna guess where I'm from, and I say I'm from Harlem, they go like yeah, sure. Actually, there are a lot of Russians in Harlem and Manhattan, and some of them are actually live there and don't, and they know both languages. So I think if I say that I'm from New York or something, people would probably believe me because there are so many different nationalities there that it just makes sense, right? I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that our countries are actually very alike in terms of how many nationalities we all have that live on our land, in our lands. You know, it's very similar. Wherever you go, there will be like there'll be everybody. You can find people from Nigeria in our country, people from other African countries, you know, and they go here to study medicine. They go here to study jurisdiction and stuff. It's super, it's like Chinese, a lot of Chinese people. So I don't know. Sure, these days there won't be many European people, but that can change as well. Contasol, hi. Hello. Good evening, I guess. As far as I know, it is evening where you're from. You're finally here after a long. What could change? After a long work week, you're finally chilling in the Friday evening. Oh, can I just call you Bandy? Prada Bandy, because I don't know what your nickname means. Not that nicknames must mean something. It would be easier for me to just call you Bandy. So Bandy, I don't think things are gonna be static forever. I think things can change. Without going into detail, because Prada Bandit. Oh, call me Prada. So you're the product of Prada, right? It's like Gucci, Prada, that kind of thing you're talking about, right? The brand, fashion brand. I am Prada. Oh, what's you stole the name from Prada. Like, you could have called yourself Louis Vuitton, right? You would have stolen their name, right? But you decided to be Prada. There were options. You definitely had options. I also thought about my own nickname. Actually, it's not my real nickname. I go by other nicknames. Actually, throughout my whole life, I've never had a good nickname. Have you ever felt that feeling when you don't have a good nickname? Like, everybody's nickname is like Larvy, like Prada Bandy, like Contiso, like all the great nicknames in the world, like Neurotic Goose, like that's a crazy nickname, like Playful Piano. Wow, that's cool. Like, well, piano, playful. Wow, and you're like Basil. Like, what the hell is that? Like a basil brush? Do you pronounce it like Zect? Or exact? What do you pronounce it like? Because that is a bit ambiguous to me. It's cool. Yeast? Zect. Yeast infection. What are you yeast. Zect. I know that if X is in the beginning of a word, it's always pronounced like Z, like a Z sound. Z sound. Okay, yes. You're just what's it called? Like butter buttoning, when you're pressing a button and your your finger is so big that you press 4 buttons at the same time. Yeah, I kind of get you. I've always wondered how people type things on their little smartphones with the little buttons. They have the smallest keyboards layout. Yeah, fat finger, and yes, and they always hit those buttons precisely. Actually, talking about women again, this time I want to praise them for being they're being very agile with that. They're super dexterous with that. They always hit the right letters. They never go backspacing things. You can never see them backspacing things. We are the backspacers. They're not. They're so precise that it's like all of them were supposed to become surgeons. The way they type things. Whenever I try to type something, God bless me, I consider myself to be like a super modern kind of person because I know a lot of things. From the internet. Even if I'm stupid on Twitch, it doesn't mean I don't know shit about the world. No, I do know. But I'm not in the trends when it comes to typing things on the phone. Some redneck riffraff kind of thing would type things a lot better than I would ever do, just because they can. I don't know what and who you have to be to do that. I guess you just have to be born with that kind of thing. I type pretty fast on my computer without even looking at my keyboard. I'm not trying to impress anybody. I know everyone that sits here knows how to do that. But I cannot type on my phone for shit. That is a huge problem. Why wouldn't I know? I had special training. Yeah, it is. And that's part of my charm. I'm always random. You never know what I'm gonna say and what words I'm gonna use. I kind of bet on flipping your brain upside down every time I speak. It's too much for somebody. That's why I have 4 viewers right now. People usually expect something usual, you know. I cannot go usual because I don't know the usual. I have a huge puzzle in my head and just throw the words around the way I can. Whatever happens, you know. I can never control that. You know, it's like I've started an engine in a machine, in not like a machine, like with a vehicle, yeah, a vehicle. And I'm like driving somewhere, and all of a sudden, when the speed is good enough, I ripped out the wheel, you know, and just threw it out the window. And the brakes don't work. This is me. Well, in a good way. You can also say that's just stupidity, shallow-mindedness and stuff. But I prefer to look at it at a positive angle, if you allow me. Well, now I have to flip every machine because of these stairs. Oh, you're saying I will never be able to do a KGB shit? I think I'm going there. Just from a bit of a strange angle, and it's gonna be a long time before I get to nominate for a job there. But I'm KGBing really hard on you right now. Actually, I don't know. I guess I'm just being myself, and it's the best part about it. Because I think I know how to conduct myself here. I think I understand what words I must say and what things I should do. It's just that it's a lot more interesting for me to be a little bit like crazy about it. Yes, like that. It might display me as idiotic or whatever, but I feel like there are a lot of people that just speak, you know, and I have a chance to actually say something else because I'm from a different kind of surroundings, and my brain is wired differently because I came to this language like not like many people came. Like, for example, if you know Axie, is another streamer that streams hardcore Minecraft. He's also not a native English speaker, and he also speaks in a very unique way on his streams, and I think we're kind of alike in that regard with him. So people that aren't natural speakers, but we are trying to carve our way into it, you know? Maybe. I've never really thought that would actually gather some kind of grip on the audience. I think it's mostly a freak show. Well, even if it is, right? Who if not freaks to get audience on Twitch, right? Who if not freaks? That half of Twitch is a freak show anyway. You get Asmongold and stuff. You get the... Do you know this dude that I'm gonna tell you a story. So there's like a thing called Reddit. There's a thing called Reddit. That's yeah, niche. Social platform, social media thing, whatever. And there's like a subreddit called Twitch live stream, Twitch stream live fails, something like that. Fails. And usually it's some kind of spam in there about something, but then all of a sudden, about a week ago maybe, there's this crazy dude. I'm not even sure if he's crazy. Like, his name is Hassan, or Hassan, whatever. I don't know where he came from, but suddenly the entire feed on my Reddit was filled with this dude, and it all came from different subreddits. What did he do? I never watched this shit. I just blocked all the subreddits that posted about him, because I never experienced such an influx of spam about one person. I think this guy did something crazy. So my natural reaction was to go to a popular section on Reddit and see if he broke the news, like on a national level or something. But in my understanding, what he did, he just shock collared his dog or something? Did he just make his dog suffer or something? Was that the thing? Because they forced him like crazy. I had to ban all the subreddits because of that. Now I don't have any feed at all. Now I'm watching funny cat videos instead of Twitch live stream fails. Maybe I shouldn't even be there. One day I'll see myself there, and I don't want to do that. So does anybody have a story about this dude, what he did? Is it even that important that everybody started forcing him, or was it like a PR kind of thing for him? Since we're all on this Twitch shit, might as well know what these guys do to attract audience. Why is it that green dye is exclusively only made from lapis lazuli and not the blue dye and a yellow dye? Never understood that. I used to have a flower that would grow and give me lapis. So he's a really big political streamer, and his dog is always in the background. Honestly, this was try move and it yelp. Sorry, I'm gonna read it in a second. Just need to find some food before I'm dead. Okay, zombie hens incoming. Yummy. And recently was trying to move and yelp for no reason. He has an ideology that pets are only slaves, so people are assuming he forces the dog to sit in the corner for streams. Okay, and is that it? Because people assumed that he made his dog sit in the corner because he said some things about dogs being slaves. Well, in my culture, we don't say that dogs are slaves or anything. We call them companions or the friends of a human being. Yeah, slave is kind of a rude remark, but I wouldn't say it's overly aggressive or anything. I mean, whatever you consider a slave. What I consider a slave, for example, is there's a drawer controller and there's a controller slave, and this dude is very useful, and nobody says bad things about this kind of slave, right? But actually, yeah, I can understand why the society got mad at him because of that. But I guess the main reason why they got mad at him, not because he said something about his poor dog, made that dog sit in the corner, but because he was a political streamer with very acute views on the world, and some people decided to find the littlest thing to pinch him with, right? Is that the idea? What's this thing called? Lazulia crop? No? Lazulia seeds. Where did they go? Oh, here they are. I checked this chest, but it wasn't there. Yeah. I mean, we can look at it from this standpoint. Dogs aren't really sentient beings, right? Which means that they cannot say for themselves whether they would like to be slaves or not, right? So since they can't do that, all dogs want is some good treatment, some food, and some playing with them, some walking with them. If he does all those things, and when the dog is content with its life, why wouldn't it sit in the corner for a few hours for its master to have more views or more engagement or whatever due to that dog? Why would that be a bad idea? Of course, if this dog is leashed, chained to a corner and not given food and proper treatment, that's a bad thing. But I think people over speculated that, probably. Stretch this thing out of proportion. God. Oh, and the special yellow color is also needed. Okay, I think I'm dying. At least I have no levels. I have a fermented spider eye, we can't eat that. The dog can make that decision. Definitely can. It's another problem with the culture of today's world, I think. We tend to overreact, and not just overreact, but overreact in a very convenient way for ourselves, you know? Like, is it convenient to cancel that streamer? Probably yes, because politically he says this and that, which we do not agree with. Let's try to cancel the dude. Okay, what does he do? Oh, well, he's kind of cool, but he's got a dog, and just the other day he said that the dog is a slave to him. Oh, okay, let's stretch that one. Let's stretch that piece of information. And here you go. That's how I see it. But again, I don't know the situation. I just say things based on what you told me. I think there are a lot more to it, and I don't know the dude, and I don't know his personality. Perhaps he's just very nasty or ugly on the inside, you know? There are many people like that. Why aren't you good at typing? Why can't you type? Is it the shortening of words that got you into this trap? But IGEHTA, your say 100%. What kind of California are you from? Is it the USA, California? For California? Well, I don't think it's dyslexic, it's just that you're very deep into this culture of typing things fast and in a very compressed manner, and people that know it will be able to understand you freely, and that's the majority of people, I guess. I'm just not one of them, and you don't have to beat yourself over that. Because I'm the one who doesn't fit into this thing. So now here comes the input hatch, which is another LV mission hole. So Prada, have you been playing this mod pack, this GTNH thing? Because obviously you wouldn't have just stuck around because I was playing Minecraft. I think mostly it's about this exact mod pack, and you said you know this mod pack. Have you played it? How far have you gone in the progression, if you did? I'm always trying to ask these questions to my new followers or whatever. So we need 2 iron rings. Nah. I've just been watching you and Giant Waffle play. I too dumb for this shit. I don't think you are. I don't think anyone is dumb for this shit. If it has appeal to you, then you're probably ready for the game. Because if you were stupid, you wouldn't have understood what the hell is going on here, and you would have just not watched the game. But if you watch it, then you know what it is about, and you will probably be motivated enough to try it yourself. Oh, Nome Factory is very close to this kind of gameplay. I started with Nome Factory, and I migrated into here. What's wrong with Giant Waffle? Actually, I've never watched the guy, but what's wrong with him? Say he's scum? Rape? Oh. Rapper, okay. Is there an actual rap song somewhere out there? I'm trying to comply with the Twitch rules by concealing the word. I know. GDQ. Is he the dude? Is he the dude that was like in one of those Twitch clips that said, "I would really prefer that you'd be quiet"? Is he one of them that talk the whole stream, throughout the whole stream, and at the end, the people, the person playing him, playing the game, shut him up? I hope you don't get banned for hate speech or whatever, if that's the thing. Yeah, I get it. Shady stuff. There was a wave when I come from Dota scene, and there was a very good commentator out there, like really talented. Everybody loved him, but then all of a sudden, about I think already 5 or 6 years ago, there was a wave of complaints from different women about public personas that did bad things to them, and it sort of started happening, this movement where women would come out and say that they've been assaulted and stuff, and you go and start seeing certain individuals get into that list of offenders, and you were like, okay, that dude I understand, this one, fine, I always knew he was a scum, so you would consider that, okay, these guys, I knew they were bad. But then all of a sudden, this guy, out of nowhere, multiple women started saying bad things about that guy, that he sometimes would get drunk and he would drag somebody into a telly and do some bad things to them, and you were like, wow, this dude, but he's a legend. Like, without him, the Dota scene wouldn't have existed the way we know it right now. And what do you know? The guy got cancelled to the grave. Well, not literally. Right now, he's nowhere. He's radio silent. He doesn't have any kind of following or anything. People just erased him. And I've been considering this whole thing. What he did, of course, is unquestionably very bad. I'm kind of afraid to say the word but the dude was a legend. He did so much for the community, and he let that thing ruin everything. I wish there was a way to somehow resolve that situation. Let him know that he did a bad thing. Let him repent or something. Maybe there are some things that you can't come back from, especially when you were an adult that is supposed to know what they're doing. I don't know about the giant waffle. How legendary he was, but I don't know. It's just it's crazy that that this can happen to people. I guess it happens more often than we think. It's just that more than 80% of such cases and people that get cancelled actually don't get cancelled. It's just that it happens too often. We don't know about every case, every situation like that, because most of those situations happen not in a media field, you know, just in a regular life where people meet with each other and then they do some bad things and kind of get separated from each other and get by and live with it for the rest of their lives, whatever bad happens in there. And some of them can live pretty successful life, by the way, even though they know that they did something wrong in the past, and that some people can actually remember that and out them and cancel them many years later. And there are cases like that there are some artists that got canceled because somebody not deleted a bunch of text messages of 10 years ago, you know. And they would dig up this dirt and they would make a case out of it. I'm of course I'm against such people, that the scum people, but I'm also not really. There are cases when certain individuals would be overly blamed for things they did, even if those things weren't that big a deal, you know. For example, there was a thing. It's a bit off topic, I would say, but still, there was like a DoorDash girl or woman, I guess. She was door dashing, doing the DoorDash thing, just like I don't know. Is that like an analog to FedEx kind of thing? No. So anyway, she was working her job, doing her job, delivering some things to people's houses, and in one of the houses she rang the bell, but there was no answer, and she saw that the door was open, so she entered the house, and there was a dude lying on the sofa or on a couch, butt naked, sleeping. And she saw that, and she filed a complaint or something, or maybe she even went to the court with it, saying that he sexually assaulted her by being butt naked on his own couch in his own house when she entered upon seeing that. And that kind of attitude, I do not understand when people overreact and blow things out of proportion. And I think there are many cases where somebody's life can get ruined just because that thing happens. And the society being already trained to attack such allegedly scum people like a bunch of hounds, they don't think twice if somebody gets blamed for something. They know, oh, he's a guy, he probably did this. Let's just cancel let's all cancel him, right? And they never get down to the bottom of the situation. So it's only up to the guy himself to try to defend himself, and maybe a few other followers that know that he wouldn't have ever been able to do that thing. And there have been cases where people were falsely accused, and they had to defend themselves, and they were actually successful at defending themselves. And I'm afraid that there are people that got falsely accused of things, and by trying to defend themselves, they said some things in a bout of desperation that weren't really smart, and that led to their eventual demise, you know? For example, that Dota streamer, I think, Dota commentator, he was a legend, as said, but one of the things that he did wrong was that he started actually, without any supervision, he started saying things in response to that person who accused him. And people told him that he shouldn't have done that because he dug his own grave by saying at least anything to her. He should have stayed silent until he found like some official help, you know, people that can actually construct the right answer to the right response for that kind of allegations. And he didn't do that. He just let his primal instincts speak for him. So maybe his career was ruined not because he was very disgusting and a very bad person. Maybe he didn't do anything bad, but it was just blown out of proportion, and it was all, you know, put under this light just because some kind of competitor wanted him out of the picture or something. You'll never know. Wow, that was quite a monologue. So we gotta go back and get the obsidian glass. No, now that we stopped speaking, can finally do some things. Because usually my entire CPU capacity is taken by the fact that I'm speaking. think I'm getting closer to crafting the crop manager. Then we'll need a turbine. Oh, and we actually got 10 million of steam. Full tank. Larvy's dream is true. I got the full tank. Sexy stuff, yeah. Where did I think I miscalculated a bit, because I don't have a... Alright, steam turbine. So 2 more LV circuits, and we're good to go. More than 2 stacks of steel. No, actually, almost 2 stacks of steel were spent to get 1 crop manager, and I didn't even get it yet. What does that say to us? It says a lot. This thing is very expensive, but very effective as well. Probably now I should have a like an obligatory thing for every episode to get at least 1 set of a crop manager and a solar boiler and a steam turbine for every episode now. Otherwise, I don't know what the hell I'm doing in this game. If I don't get a lot of fields of experience, there's nothing I can gain from. There'll be no resources for me ever. Now I'm contemplating whether I should go full experience or get at least a few fields of gold and copper and iron. I'm not sure, because macerating and alloying things is a bit time consuming, but you can get straight iron dusts from experience, and other dusts as well that are easily smelted in a smelter. No problem there. Okay, I built the crop manager, and only now you completed the quest. Oh, it's because I didn't have the previous quests before. I'm gonna get a wheat dex, but I don't think I'm gonna use it, so maybe the fertilizer is a better one. It's a better choice. I don't know. Not stackable bottles of Weedex. Thank you. I thought you finished that. The mob farm work. Yeah, just like me. I understand that. What's with the XP? The ways of acquiring it, or what? You've got it. Storing. Okay. Another one? Maximum size? Oh, you're talking about those ones that hold 4 million of something, right? Actually, can I do those? Super tank. Yeah, I can. I totally can. Well, the pulsating iron is a thing that needs to be smelted in an EBF, right? That's why I can do it. Who changed pulsating iron to such a vomit-inducing picture? It used to be a lot better. It used to have this kind of limey, bright green color, I think. Minty, I would say, even. And now it looks like one of the sheets from made out of uranium, I think. I'm not a fan of them turning textures back into the 8-bit mode. It used to be high resolution textures for many icons for many items. I don't like the mainframes the way they did them, and the pulsating iron plate. Not a fan. But I guess I can shove my opinion up my ass, because some people like it, and because it's Minecraft that is supposed to be like that. Yeah, some people that don't like use modernity or any other icon packs, texture packs. What do you call those things? Well, modernity. Yeah. So, Larvae, what are you gonna do when you reach, let's say, UMV, and you get yourself like a shiny, super cool space time ingot or something, and it doesn't look like it was changed in any way? Because I believe that texture packs do not cover every possible texture in a game, right? They can't. There are certain textures that are not changed, and because of that, I never use texture packs because I know that they're not full. Yeah, it looks good on its own, I understand, but I don't use shader packs because I know that even though they get your lighting better and get the feeling of the game better, there's certain blocks that don't change, and that kind of looks. For example, the water will look cool. It's gonna be like a shader, water, but then you somehow spill creosote, and you see that it's just this gummy bear kind of liquid, and you go like, what? It's the same P as it was. It didn't even change, and that kind of. I don't even know the word. Inconsistency with things that they do and don't do. It's you either do the whole thing or you don't bother showing everybody your thing at all. That's my opinion. Do these textures when you first had them, did they cause any kind of disruption in your gameplay, like when you didn't know what is what? Because I think if I set up one of those, I will have to reupholster my entire gameplay again in my head, because now I know what to look for, what is what. Like I know what motors are, I know what pistons look like, so I can just click on them without ever reading the tooltips and stuff. But if I ever change the texture packs, I guess I'll be very lost trying to find what I need. Game controllers? What do you mean by that? Like an Xbox controller, joysticks, and that kind of thing? No? Mm. There are very good uses. You can get zinc this time in this update. Before that, zinc was not there. Yeah, that's useful. I think it's one of the resources that are really useful from XP buckets, even in the classic GTNH setup, not even the GOG, because usually this gallium bullshit, and arsenic as well. The two of them, they need to be combined into a silicone crystal or something for the bulls, right? So I remember I was having troubles finding that arsenic, I think, or no, the gallium. I think you have to go to Twilight to get that, if I'm correct. Maybe there are trace amounts in the overworld. Oh, it's even space. Oh, you're talking about like a whole ore, like moon, where the pitch blend is, and other types of ores, aluminum full ores. Alright, I got the turbine. Now it is time for... It is time for the boiler. Boiler alert. What I like to call it. We need 3 bricks. Actually, bring all of them there. 3 reinforced glass. And the rest I have. The silver as well. Oh, we have it. What kind of pipes are you using? I was thinking, why would you write that down? Why would you type it in the Twitch chat? Like, is that big a deal? And then remember that it's the Nether Star pipes. It's so you need to start this whole killing the wither thing again if you want to get more pipes, right? That's why it's a huge problem for you. That's sidetracking kind of bullshit. Doesn't it make you disappointed in the game sometimes, that you just want to quit for a bit because you feel like this kind of dynamics is not good? So I was supposed to get the second feel of berries 5 episodes ago, maybe. I was supposed to be spamming them, but instead I did some other things, and that kind of sidetracking was really off-putting to me. You thrive in it. Wow. That's a good way. Again, I want to say that it represents the mental illnesses that we have, but of course I'm not serious about it. It's just that it's a good kind of craziness, you know, when most of the people get absolutely destroyed by things like that, and you're the one that says I'm thriving in it. That's how you're successful. That's why you're successful and others aren't. For example, if you go to the gym, there are people like me that would go there and they would try to lift some things and they would say like, okay, it's painful, and then you have to go to the gym, which is also very, I don't know, it's a hard thing to do because you have to wake up early in the morning or whatever, or go there after work. Not everybody is gonna do that because it's a pain in the ass, you know. It's painful and a pain in the ass, so they don't do it. But there are people that thrive in this, that thrive when there are such feelings of discomfort. They want to beat that. They have like some kind of game in their heads when they want to outrun this feeling, you know, and that's how they become sporty and stuff, become very jacked, and because they don't just bear it, they don't just survive this thing. They thrive in it. They really need that kind of challenge in their lives. And you, when trying to compare yourself to those people who are just born to thrive in it, you think that maybe you need a little bit more effort to get closer to them, but actually you don't really realize that you're wrong from the beginning because your body doesn't feel and your mind doesn't feel like you belong there, you know, in that kind of mindset. You have to start with your mindset. All the artists, all the musicians in the world, all the like athletes and stuff, they don't happen to be where they are because they worked a lot. That's the condition of their mindset that allowed them to work hard to achieve their goals. Without seeing the bigger picture, your work is gonna deflate soon, you know? You're gonna stop going to work, you're gonna stop going to the gym if you don't feel like this is part of your life, this is part of your system. And I don't know if you can naturally grow that kind of thriving condition in yourself. Yo, Larry, you're crazy. In that tier, going for skulls just because you want some pipes, I would be, you know, Larry, just to avoid that kind of thing, I would be, see those gloves that I have? I would be wearing those gloves, running around with buckets of liquid that you were trying to move with these pipes. I would be doing that manually for free just to avoid killing the wither. And you're farming it. Can you imagine to what extremes people can go to avoid what you're doing, what you think you're thriving in? Oh, actually, we have everything we need for the next batch of actually, it's not a batch, it's just a field. I would be glad to say a batch of fields, but it's too much. Wait. Wrong hole. So the decision must be made. What's it gonna be? Actually, you're gonna call me crazy, but I will destroy my first field. Because I was able to acquire garden soil, which cannot ever get trampled. And it will have 4 more holes in it because of no water condition. I'm gonna lose some time getting that done. What? A zombie? Where'd you come from? Yeah, sure, everybody's different. I've never seen a player uglier than me when it came to gameplay. And the rigidity of gameplay. Because usually people play a lot smoother than that. They know what they're doing and stuff. I have my own ideas how the game should run. And I guess they're based on already proved concepts. Don't be scared. If you are scared, don't be. I don't think you're scared actually, considering the extents you go when you play your own in your own world. I think you're more than ready for GOG. It's gonna be a cakewalk for you. And I think you know what to do. You've got an extensive knowledge of mechanics of the game, so that's gonna help you a ton. And you're not afraid to try different setups, and you're very logistic pipes friendly, I would say. That's another good side. I still have this seed oil, really good. I just need more dirt. Oh, I know what to do. I'm gonna break the fields now. Just destroy the fields that I have and plant the new ones. I think I should do it. I'll get twice as many land blocks. Gonna take a long time. I should just break the... Larvae, can it be possible to have more than 3 layers of crops in this setup? Because I think I saw on Discord somewhere that somebody did like 4 layers or something, and it was possible. There was some kind of trick that allowed them to do that, but I didn't quite delve into the details. Stripping? What's stripping? Like striptease? I'm not strip-teasing. I'm just, if you're asking what I'm doing, I'm just replacing all the dirt blocks with better dirt blocks, farmland. Yeah, stripping down a farm. That's what I'm doing. So I decided to spam the XP berry fields and not ever think about anything else. Maybe the aluminum field later on, just one. It'll be enough. This garden soil is so ugly. Why is it green? Luckily nothing was destroyed, but there was a very bad mob running around my farmland and it kind of provoked it. I just wanted to look at my farm, and once I looked at it, the sphere happened. Crazy. So, what do I want? I'm kind of exhausted already, but I'm gonna try to get the second field up and running now that this one is finally online. Maybe that's not the right thing to do, to plant the crops first and then plump the crop manager. Maybe I should have done it the opposite way. Because I'm afraid I'll be trying to run around these things and just get pricked by thorns all over every second step. We need to make a shopping list for all the pipes that we need to fully load up this thing. Some item pipes for sure, the wooden ones we have the 23 of wooden ones. I think it's not a problem. And we need a piece of glass for the solar boiler. Oh, Larvae, I thought you already upgraded all your swords. I think you had like a cleaver or something, right? For the skull. Ah, you're improving. Okay. I think it's a one-shot thing now. No? Still not one-shotting? That is cool. I remember I had to kill 9 wither for something. 9 withers, and I was like... Every wither took me about a minute to fight. I was constantly running around trying to not get hit. And people told me on Discord that usually if it's like that, then you're doing something wrong in this game, because by the time you kill a wither, you can already get an OP weapon that will be probably almost one-shotting the thing. And I didn't know how to do it. I didn't like the Tinker Construct mod. I just didn't feel like researching what needs to be done, you know? And I was fighting with whatever I had, thinking that that was the legit way of doing it, which wasn't. You died? We're getting the conveyor module because I think it was in my setup. Used to be there, remember? I think I put it into a drawer. Actually, now that I know, maybe I don't really need the conveyor module. I'll see. I'll see if that's true. So first of all, let's just okay, so turbine. There's supposed to be a pipe and nothing else. This is a crop manager here. And then it's connected to this thing. What am I missing? I thought LV was the tier where you start your logistics pipes, no? That all happened. Why did it burn? Things started burning, what? Oh. The water should come from the bottom. Of course. What does it mean then? If water comes from the bottom, no. I need to destroy this thing. I need to see what I built. Everything was correct. I don't like the gold that is being macerated very slowly. I thought the gold was supposed to be soft. Mm-hmm. Okay, I don't know if this works. We'll have to wait for some time to figure out if everything works fine. For now, we can just wait. I think that's it. Hooked up this last bit. Now we have 0 berries and 148 levels. I have a feeling I messed up somewhere while hooking up the machines on the second field of XP berries, but we'll not be able to check it until it actually starts working. Oh shit. Phallic structures again. Starting to revisit me. Okay guys, I think it should be it for today. I kind of exhausted already. I've exceeded all the limits I had for this game, but we did a lot today. Yeah, thank you all for joining me in this good stream. Thank you for talking to me. Had a nice conversation about stuff and a nice gameplay where I was running around for 2 hours doing nothing, but eventually we pulled through and did something important, which is the second field of XP berries, which I'm not sure is working, but I hooked it up to the same door, and sooner or later it's gonna give the fruit. So thank you all for coming. See you next time. Goodbye, guys.